Okay, welcome. Hello, everybody. I feel like just you doing a chill stream today. Um, I'm a little bit tired, but I just wanna make some sounds and see what we do today. We'll figure something out. What? No, it didn't because my project told me I was using an older version. I had to resave under a different name. Dude, read what I just said. You were probably on 11.1.5. That was the version that was out before 11.2, I believe. And now 11.2 is the next one. So if it updated, then that's understandable that it asks you to resave it, I guess. Oh no, wait, what? No, yes, that's normal. When it's an older version and it's the project was made on an older version and you have a newer version, it asks you to resave the project. That's normal. Anyways, yeah, welcome. How are you all doing? I have a blank project in front of me, so let's just see what we can do today. Okay, thanks. Yeah, no, it's that's normal, man. It's normal. I think it's just so that you cannot accidentally save over the old version that was sort of like the one that you can still open with the previous version of Ableton. So in case something goes wrong, you still have that one and you can always install an older version of Ableton to get back to that older project. Whereas if it would be possible to just save it by overwriting that name, then if something messes up and you need to reinstall an older version, then you cannot open the project. So it kind of makes sense. If you get what I mean. I think it's actually a nice thing that they did that. They did it that way. Okay, so if you are new since the last there we go. If you want to see what this is, just type !meters METERS in the chat, and you'll be able to see what that is. Let's just see what we can do. I'm just gonna search in my samples for a bit and just see if we can find something. And then let's start first with grabbing pigments. No, sample. And let's just search for something. Do D sharp minor. Let's just search for that. Virtual Riot sample pack. Or maybe. Fuck it. Doesn't really matter. I just want to get started with something. Let's D sharp. That's 32. Yes. Let's do that. I think I want to do a different pitch though, so that it already sounds different. Let's do Let's search for G minor.
Yeah.
Well, that could be cool. G minor. Let's just do... There we go. G minor. Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure what we're gonna make today. Just gonna get started and see where it leads us, I guess. I've started moving all my breaks into well, at least for the amount of time that I had, because I've been spending most of my time in the past few days setting up macro knobs. Damn, you guys know I'm working on a present pack, and let me just tell you that if you have to set up 128 times 4 macro knobs, which means you're gonna have to set up 512 macro knobs, and then there's some mod wheels and other kind of things as well. That's a lot of things to do. So I've been really busy with that. But I've also been moving all my breaks into folders. So like, I have one folder here called sampled breaks. If I play any of these breaks right here, we're probably gonna get the stream copyright striked, but I honestly don't really mind anymore. I already have a couple that I warped, but there's a whole bunch of breaks in there, and then I have another folder with unorganized ones somewhere here. Yeah. Here's another folder with other packs and things that are not organized, but we could do some drums as well today. See where that leads us. But let's get started just putting in some kind of a pad. So this is in G, but we're gonna play a D sharp, so then we get a D sharp minor kind of thing. And then I'm gonna make it granular. That's a nice sort of like textures to start with. No, seriously, like, I had this before when I was doing what was it? I think it was a tutorial or something. And like with streams, I don't really care, you know, if they get copyright claim, because the streams only get a couple of thousand views anyway at max, right? Unless it's like a stream that for some reason gets more views, but like most of the streams just get a couple of thousand views max, like the recordings of it. But like tutorials get more views, right? So then, you know, if they get claimed, I am losing the revenue from those. But with the streams, it's mostly just the donations that I get, you know, and those are not gonna be included with a copyright claim. So I don't really care too much about streams. But it does happen. I get the weirdest claims sometimes. I just won a claim against the record label of Taylor Swift. You know what they claimed? They claimed a single sine wave sub-bass note. I kid you not. A single D-sharp sub-bass note, and it wasn't even an interesting bass patch. It was literally just a plain sine wave with a little bit of FM on it, so it had like the second and third harmonic or something on it. And they claimed it. And you could literally see me make it in the part that they claimed. Like, the whole automated copyright process is such a fucking joke. So, and then, you know, you file an appeal, they don't reply for 30 days, so your money is in limbo for 30 days, and you gotta wait for your revenue for like 30 days longer than you normally would have to. It's just a shitty process. But there's no way that they can win it. There's no way that they can go like, oh yeah, that's right, it's ours. You could literally see me open up, I think it was Serum. You could see me open up Serum, make the fucking wavetable with the harmonics that I wanted, and then just play the note. And then that part got claimed. And I was like, what? This is absolutely ridiculous. But it happens so much. It's not the first time. It's like it's I've gotten pretty used to it at this point. That every like I would say every 2 or 3 months it happens once at least. Yeah, they just copied a single sub bass note. And then the track that I supposedly sampled, right? I looked it up because I don't know what Taylor Swift's tracks exactly sound like. So I look it up, and it's literally a track with like an 808 in it, and I'm like, if that's the comparison that the AI is making and thinking like, yeah, that's the same. Oh boy, then the AI is really fucking bad. Let's be honest. Because an 808 does not mean that every sub bass note is that. It was probably an 808 in D sharp or something, and I was making a D sharp sub bass or some other pitch, right? And it probably was the same pitch or something, with like the same or similar harmonics, but then still, right? It's a single sound, and you can see me make it. I thought it was quite hilarious. I think I tweeted about it or something, or I did a community post or something like that. Like, what? Are you for real? I mean, it's pretty nice. Hey. Yeah, thanks for waking me up.
I'm glad they can't copyright your creativity.
No, that's right. But it's so weird though, right? It's such a weird thing that the copyright system on YouTube. Sometimes I had like instances with like the City Skylines videos that I did where I literally used a piece of music that was copyrighted in the intro, and I was like, there's no way it's not gonna pick this up. Like the only thing I did is I just used the intro of the track that was sort of like without vocals, and then I just looped that twice, I think, and then I might have pitched it up one semitone or something, and it just didn't catch it at all. And it was just like, oh yeah, it's fine. And it was a really recent track as well that I used from a really, you know, a Japanese band. Okay, that was one thing, but it was a Japanese band that was, you know, doing pretty well at the moment. So you would assume that it would catch that. And then sometimes you are literally making a sound, and then it goes, hey, you're not allowed to use that. And you're like, what? I didn't even use anything. It's so funny. And then that makes me go, you know, like, because I get a notice, right? And I get the notice of like, yo, this is the track that you are using and you're not allowed to use this track. And I'm like, okay, let's see what that track sounds like. And then the only sort of like thing that would resemble the sound that I was making was the 808 bass in the track. And I was like, seriously? I wasn't even making an 808, I was just making a sub bass. There wasn't even a pitch envelope on my sound. But yeah, whatever. I mean, it's YouTube, right? It's been like that for a while. So many people are complaining about it, and it's just not getting better. I thought the one thing of AI was that it also gets better over time, but for some reason the YouTube Content ID thing, you would assume that the whole thing behind it is sort of like machine learning based, right? I mean, it has a database, but obviously I would think it has to, learn from all the claims that it, claims wrong, right? Otherwise, what's the point? But I haven't really seen much improvement over the last sort of like 5 years or something, so it's weird. It's really weird. Yeah, you would assume, right, that it gets better with every time it finds a wrong claim and then it gets told, no, this isn't right. You would assume that it learns from that. I'm not sure if that's really the case, though, but I don't think that they will ever tell us, even if we ask politely. I don't think they will. I think this already gives a pretty nice sort of like tone, but I think what I'm gonna do, the start is 0.15. I'm gonna put that on a different macro, so we have sort of like different control over the start position and the filter. Because that start position, I want that to sort of like go up linearly. I can't speak. So that is just gonna go up like that. And then the filter we're just gonna play with. We're gonna start with curving it a little bit probably. But we're probably gonna play with how it comes up and maybe have it come up a little bit and drop down a little bit again or something like that. But I think I want to do a track where we're gonna try maybe stick on sort of like one pitch for the most part, so that we get a really droning kind of vibe. I think that could be fun to do. It also doesn't make it too complicated for myself. It's pretty quiet. It gets pretty loud towards the end, so maybe I should just put a little bit of multi-band compression on it here. That should also squash down a little bit when it gets louder. Okay, we definitely need something that gives us a rhythmic element. Do you have... No. I mean, that could be the end of the intro, honestly, and then just go straight into a drop. Do you have Hypnos Slink Max Fly device? No, I don't. I did got a new VST plugin, which I should probably tell you guys about. It's called... Where is it? Is it the VST 3? Oh yeah. It's called Bird Quick Sampler. And I bought it, it's like 19 bucks. You can put this on your master channel, or you can run it standalone as well. But you can put this on your master channel, and you get a window here. I just made it that size, and then I'm gonna have to do this real quick. So let me just drop this into 2, so the bottom one, and then drop that on top, like that, and then we can pin that to the top. Okay, it's not exactly right, but whatever. You can at least see it. So this thing is pretty cool. So you can just literally have this running, drop this on your master channel in front of your limiter, for instance, so it doesn't sample the limiting. But this is always sampling audio. Whatever your DAW is doing. even if your DAW is sort of like not playing, you can just play and it's recording audio right there. And you can then control click to pause, alt click to preview, select, drag straight into your DAW. It's absolutely beautiful for if you're doing resampling or just doing like sound design sessions and you don't want to lose any sounds, but you also don't want to have like a track looping and have like audio recording like that. This just records up to 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes into a buffer that's saved into your RAM memory, and then that's basically all it uses. So it doesn't use more than whatever 2 minutes in recording is. I don't really know. I have it set to 45, which I think is the default. But you can always up it if you want. It's still beta right now, so he's still working on it. You can sort of like change the where it saves the temporary files, I believe, or the files that you drag in. Oh yeah, that's where it saves the files that you drag in, because then that is the moment that it saves it to an audio file. And this is just the BPM. You can have that included or not. But it's quite handy. It's quite nice. Just being able, like, this is not really an interesting sound, but yet. But like, if you have something with like a lot of bass sort of like moving around, then it might be quite nice to have that. I don't really think we need this extra layer because it already has a bit of that sort of like tone in the sound anyway. We can just bring that out. Let's just start adding some... What should we add? What should we add? I found one break that is pretty nice actually. I already warped it in the right so that it's the right tempo. But I can show you the break. It's this right here. So it's from the theme from The Planets. No clue what that is. Dexter Wenzel. Sounds like this though. And yeah, it's a pretty cool break. So I already warped it, and in drum bass tempo it sounds like this. And then if we, for instance, like I warped it with the beat sting so that I can make it a little bit shorter, like right here. And then if we, for instance, I don't know, maybe +5 or something. then I think there's mostly this part here. That's the right pitch as well. That sounds good with the tone of that. Like I'm listening to the snare drum, the pitch of the snare. See, that sounds off. That sounds kind of right. Ooh. -1. And this break is not processed yet at all. This is just a raw break, but then warped in time. Because if I make this twice as long, we get... That's sort of like almost the original break, just a little slower. That could be a cool starting point for a nice drum part for a tune. -1 kind of works too. So if -1 works, then if this is A sharp in terms of the pitch, it's A. Oh no, it's A sharp, yeah. So it's sort of like almost in between A and A sharp. This is playing a D sharp, so that's the 5th that it's playing. That indeed means that then 4 is the other one that will work, because then it's the snare is playing D sharp. And that's sort of like the same pitch as the other one. So you can see, I was just moving it around by ear, and I still land on like the root and the perfect 5th. It's just those two that you will naturally end up on if you just pay close attention to what the pitch is doing. And I would definitely advise anybody watching to try and get better at that, or trying to get good at that, because it definitely helps. I can even do it like do this one in the intro, and then in the drop switch it to -1. Or I don't know. I kind of like the +4. So what I'm gonna do is let's just slice that to a new MIDI track. Actually, let me... Oh, fuck, that's the wrong one. Let me do that until there. I don't really need this part, but there's more like weird things in there that I don't need. But this section is what I want, so let me just slice that to a new MIDI track. I mean, amens, yeah, amens are great, but there's plenty of other breaks. Not sure why the fuck it's off there, but okay, now it's right. It's not right. What? Okay. Come on. Just go Okay, I'll consolidate that one. Why is it? Okay, there we go. Now it's right. Because there's like some other parts that we might need from that to fill the whole breakup. Okay, that's basically the same pattern as what I had. I haven't downloaded Sample Brain yet. I probably should. I saw it a couple of times already. I saw it on I think it was this Twitter that I saw it, and I was like, oh yeah, should get that. But I kind of forgot. We could push this pretty hard, actually. I mean, that's the max. That's like, and it still sounds relatively good. There's quite a lot of side information in this break as well, so that's nice. It's not sampled in mono. But yeah, that's a pretty nice break already. And I haven't even moved anything around yet, right? So that could be for the drop, actually, because this is probably way too much in the intro. Right? But let's back this one down a bit. Might not do that much. Let's go for another pigments, maybe. I think sort of like halfway through, maybe sort of like a baseline coming in. Oh, turn that off as well. I'm just gonna have it start with the drums right away for now. Always change that later. Maybe filter them in. And also, if anybody has any questions during the stream, just let me know, and I'll answer them. Or try to. Oh fuck, now I missed a point. Start with that for now. Let's see what we get. Can't really hear much yet, but bear with me. Let's bring this up maybe. Do that so we can see the shape. And then I'm gonna do a little bit of FM so we get a little bit of that kind of a shape. And then a little bit of phase mod, ever so slightly. And then let's do a pitch envelope on it. Let's control that with macro 1, so that we can have the amount of it there. Pitch envelope. Then let's bring that down. Let's go here and let's do distortion. We probably want to make this envelope a little bit like this or something. So that the distortion is going to interact with it a little bit. We still don't hear much, but there you go. Then let's do this. Now you're going to hear it. That's way too much. Now we actually can hear it. Let's bring it down a bit. What should we add? Table. Let's try a couple of saw waves. Detuned. We can bring that down maybe. Choose envelope 3. Let's bring that down 2 semitones maybe. Then let's take envelope 2, put that on here as well. Macro 1. So it has the same pitch envelope. Use a different wavetable. It's basically a saw wave without the fundamental. Could that work? Might be too much for the intro, but... let's just try it out. I mean, we can do that, I guess. Why is that one always so quiet? Okay, I hear something in my head. Something like... let's start with that. And I want to see if we can really do some weird shit to it, right? Just process it and make it really weird. So let's start with... start with a grain delay. That should make it weird. Okay, I need to check real quick. So if this is minor third, yeah, then it gets... then it would fall into harmonic minor. Or I can do 5. Or 12. That just makes it like that. Does get a really weird stereo though. Not sure if we can. Can we fix that? Don't think we can. In here. And in mono, that probably sounds like shit. It's not too bad actually. But if we're gonna really process this, then that might not be what we want. So let's try Valhalla delay. It also has a pitch delay mode. It has pitch here. And I can just say 3 semitones. Oh, one moment. I need to I keep forgetting that. Turn that off. Yeah. Go. So if we put this on 12. Okay, and let's go and put. Let's try Spec Ops. Might actually be good to make this mono. So you can, if you listen to it solo, you can hear what it's doing. It's kind of. See, we got all kinds of weird shit. So let's try effects. Do we have Clipper? Or what else do we have? Now it becomes really weird. Uh, oh, that's weird. Let's throw something more on it. Let's do. Okay. Spacey sounds. Yeah, now it's just become a weird sound that doesn't work at all. Let me just go. Take that off. Let's go output portal. The other way. This is like different every time, of course, so I'll probably resample a bit of that. But I have a feeling it's different now. I think let's have a little bit of width in it. Let's see. 50%, 60? Maybe a little bit more. I'll figure out what we'll do with the intro at some point. Right here at the halfway point, I want to do a little edit in the drums, so let's just leave that layer out for now. Where that part out, I think. But then we want to have a little extra thing there, so let's do that. Maybe until there. Oh, that's kind of cool. Here. Maybe. Or I can just do that. I'm gonna have to do a whole bunch of automation on this to kind of make it interesting. Yeah, that's better. Then some extra thing coming in here. See what kind of a groove we're gonna do. do like that. Obviously the patch is very basic for now, but I'm just listening to sort of like the groove with the drums. And don't mind this reverb, it's not doing anything. I mean, we could go that route. Let's do a little bit of filtering on those drums as well. Okay, should I... This is why I usually have the low pass and high pass separate, so that I can say I want exactly this much low pass and this much high pass. You can sort of like control the width in between the two filters. Oh, this is gonna be a roller. I already feel it. I think maybe the drums coming in there could also work, so that we just have this. And then we're gonna have more of an atmospheric intro first, and then have the drums come in halfway through. And then we need another auto filter. This time we're gonna use a high pass. And towards the end, I'm gonna high pass these drums. I might want to change the pattern of the drums ever so slightly in the intro, so that we have maybe not have that go snare. Then we'll do that, and then go straight back down there. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. So we have that's the go snare. It's a little bit weird because the pattern is so like off a little bit. I should probably just make the pattern how it is. So let me just do that. So this is the pattern basically. See, that's the first kick. That's another snare. So it's it looks a little weird, but I can fix that, but it's so like because the break is a little bit off. See, we have more stuff below it. We're just basically starting from the second. We're using the second half of the break. But we just find another hit that we like. Although it kind of works with the ghost snare though, honestly. It just rolls a lot. But when I low pass it, I don't really like that. I don't really like how it sounds then. Like, I mean, I do kinda. I just don't when it comes in after this. That's probably also because we're missing some other element. Yo, Kenny. I'm good. How are you? Okay. Let's group you. Call that bass. Start at -10. And then let's go in here. Okay. Just quickly doing that for now, just to see what we got. Oh, it's gonna be a little bit of a big jump probably, but How did you hide Ableton's control bar with millimeters? By just placing it right on top of it. So there's this button here called pin window. It's like pin to top. If that's like that, and I click on Ableton, there you go. See? So it's like it's right there. It's just you put this right on top of it, and then you click, bonk, and then you can click on Ableton, and it just stays there. Yeah, that's why this whole plugin, this thing is so fucking good. That's why I love it so much. It's literally as if I'm in full screen Ableton, but I'm not. It's so good. I think we need a different bass for this. I don't like this bass. It's too simple. It's too basic. But I do like the idea of maybe staying on like one pitch. I do kind of like that idea, and then just having some other elements coming in on top that do sort of like some other things. And we could maybe go to a different pitch at some point, just for like an end section or something. But I do kind of like this idea. There's a bit of a droney kind of feeling. I mean, I can try do some resampling with pigments or something. See if we can find some cool shit. Pigments. And let's just throw something in there. Let's see. Samples. I think I have a folder with, yeah, all kinds of stuff. Trumpet. And then I'm just gonna put in a note. Now I'm just gonna put in a C note. It's gonna be a different pitch right now, I think, that we get. It's probably not gonna work, but if I start messing with the tuning in here, I can fine tune it until it sits on a pitch that does work. So let me turn on. Wait, granular is on. Why is it not doing granular then? It is, but it's also moving. Why is it moving? What? Why are you... Are you automated? Why are you automating? Are you automated? Why are you automated? Weird. Okay. Let's take that out. It's probably left over from that other clip or something. It took the automation from Macro 2 or something, and it put that on the sample start for some weird reason. I think magically it actually is on the right pitch. Or maybe not. Let's see. Right here at the start it's probably... Let's see what it is. It's a B. Let's see what else I have. So many shit in here. Just try a random one. More trumpet. What else do we have? Ooh, all kinds of weird Japanese music. Let's just take some random one because I have no clue what it is. Sounds like it could be the Godzilla soundtrack or something from there. Ooh. If I give it a little bit of random start, suddenly sounds beautiful. Put some reverb on it or some delay. But like if you have something that is like working in terms of the same pitch, then it's even nicer. You can even do like the synced kind of thing. That's kind of cool. If I Such a cool plugin. I really like the granular engine in here. But you have to tune it right, obviously. So, let's see what happens if we go here. Can I figure out what that is? Like, what is that note? E. See what happens. Yeah, it is time consuming, I know. I usually do like doing it though, like taking this here and just literally going in, zooming in a lot. And then sometimes jumping to different positions. But it's really It's really time consuming. But it takes a lot of time to find good parts, especially with like samples like this. I don't really like this sample, to be honest, but like, oh, I mean the sample is fine, but it just doesn't really fit in what I want to do here. So so many weird shit in here. Those are just gonna give. Those are not really gonna work. Play too much of that because then definitely gonna get claimed. Or maybe that one. Let's try this. Another trumpet one. See what we get. I think I threw it in the wrong. Really? Ah, there we go. Thank God. I threw it in the wrong pigments. I think. Yeah. Not a really long sample, but let's just see what we get. I mean, it's in my opinion, I like this granular engine a lot. Like not necessarily always synced, like just the hertz values are great too. Oh yeah, let me get rid of that automation. It's probably gonna be a different pitch again. C sharp. Looks like it's C sharp. And the note is C. In that case, Fuck. Huh? Okay. Oh, it's B? What? I guess C it is. We can check it. If we... It's not C. See? C sharp, so... There we go. So... Just tune it using the other oscillator there. Now we have tuned this, so... It was actually playing a C note there then, I guess. So now... If that is on C... Then this is D sharp. Then I wonder what happens if we start moving it around. If we play it together with this one. Those two work together now. I mean, it does work. Yeah, I mean, I do it a lot when I need sort of like, let's say I have a track and I want to make it more interesting, then I'll just bounce like most of the time, just bounce like the main hook or the main melody or some kind of pad or some kind of other synth kind of thing. Just bounce that to audio and just throw it in, you know? And it's great for making interesting things and so like nice ear candy bits for your track. Like you can also right? That was actually really cool. So like that would definitely be something you could automate. Let's see what kind of where it's sort of like roughly nice with the drums. So like roughly a dotted timing or something. That's maybe nice. Then we're gonna go. probably want to make this one come in later, to be honest. Keep forgetting what I want to do. Let's actually do that. Let's do this, do that. And we can just find a position that works. We might have to tune this one different because it's in a different mode. That one works though. Okay, let's see. Also just fade it out there. But let's just work more on the drop, I guess, because it's gonna be more important. Oh wait, I can do this. There's probably gonna be a hat in there. There's probably a hat somewhere in here. Oh wait, but it's low pass, so let's yeah, I'm just gonna grab a sample. So I'm just gonna grab some kind of a hi-hat sample. Drums, hi-hats, random folder. Something not too big. Maybe. Battery's low, but if you are on when I return home from my appointment, I'll pop back in. I like how tense this feels so far. Yeah, thanks, mate. I'll probably be on for... It's 10:20 p.m. right now. I usually stream till like 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. So I'm gonna be on for a couple of more hours anyways. Let's just give it a bit of a hat in the intro here. I'll just put some reverb on that. Now we're gonna have different bass, obviously, but the pattern itself is alright. I like the pattern. Just need a different bass. Oh. Also fine. Let's try a little gap in between those notes. Yeah, I don't like how that comes in, but I do have an idea. I don't like this one. Let's just get that there. We need reverb on this break towards the end. So I'm gonna go and grab, I guess, a viola room. Just put it after here. I'm gonna automate the dry wet towards the end here. It's probably gonna go up a little bit more. Something like there, maybe. Let's make it quite long. And then we're gonna go. Where does that one cut out? One beat before the drop, and then we're probably gonna have something in that gap there, but that's, we'll figure out what that needs to be then. So let's do this. For some reason it continues. Oh, I did the wrong thing. I did the high pass filter. Need that one. Okay. Let's go and okay, we have our sub. I don't like with unison. But let's go just to this one. bipolar, 1/1, and then let's do something here. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Good with the drums as well. Okay, let's see. That's more like it. Right there. Okay, if we can get something with that groove, that would be really good. I think. Something with that groove I think could work. So let's try the same one with that gap maybe. Yeah, something with that groove would be pretty nice. Happens if we add okay, we another filter, multiband. Yeah, we need some volume movement on it as well. But that is also gonna make that hit. I mean, I can copy this one to function 2. Let's do that maybe. Let's add function 2 to the volume of this one. I don't like that. Let's get rid of that. I have another idea. Let's put function 2 on the pitch here. No clue with how much, so let's just do something like this. It's a bit much maybe, but we have macros, so we can do macro 1 controlling that, so then now I can blend it in how much I want. So okay. And then if we do some weird shit here. Okay, maybe that will work. Some. Let's see where. Yeah. Just a bit of pitch movement as well. The groove is fine. The groove is pretty nice, so if we can just get that sounding nice. I mean, we first need some more harmonics, I think. So maybe doing some weird distortion. That does create a lot of harmonics, so what if we low pass it afterwards? I mean, that low pass filter is really, it's like a 60 dB or something. Filter. Like it. Okay, so I don't like that. Let's get rid of this. Don't like this. Yo, everybody in the chat, welcome. Those are all too heavy. I kind of like... it's loud. Ever needed more sub? Just put that on. I'm gonna work on the drums first. Let's see. What sample rate I'm using? I believe right now 48. And let's see. Like the break itself is already pretty good, honestly. But we might be able to make it a little bit better. So there's a couple of things I can do. I could split up the kicks and the snares from the rest of the break. Was gonna watch NASA stuff, but my man Artifacts over here making bangers. Welcome, man. Welcome, Tyblee. I mean, we're just getting started, honestly, with this. Because the kick already sounds pretty good. Like, it's not like it needs that much extra. It just needs to be a little bit bigger, I think, in the drop. So, I mean, we can duplicate that. So that is obviously kick. That is a kick. That is a kick. I mean, that's a kick too. I think then it repeats. If I'm correct. And let's duplicate this. So that is a snare. That's the go snare, but like I think I'm gonna take the main snares only. See if this works. Just loop this for now. Snare might need something extra. There's quite a lot of stuff on the side as well, so... Ah, sounds really different in mono. You hear that? Sounds a lot more muffled in mono. See? That's something I definitely want to fix. Because you don't want to have that. You don't want it to suddenly sound more muffled in mono. It's fine to lose a little bit of width, but if all the high end is in the side, and you lose that as soon as it becomes mono, that is not really nice. And I mean, I can show you how to fix it. It's really easy. You can do it on the entire bus, basically. So you can say, like, let's do it on the entire bus. So I guess we're just gonna group this so that we can process the entire break together. So we can probably see it. Let me open up a good EQ. My bad. So if we go and let me put a utility in front of here and click this and do mid-side mode. So in the mids, see, there's not really much there, honestly. There is something there, but it really wants that. Something like that, right? And then in the side, so let's put this one in the mid. Mid. And then in the sides, see, there's a lot more. There's a lot more in the sides, and then we have all this stuff here in the sides that we don't want. So this, and this is going to be the mids, or the side. Probably around something like that, maybe. And I can see that the sides are also pretty loud. So, for like a break, that's like the main point, the main thing of your drums, or the main thing of your drums. Do you hear me there? No, the main thing of your track, right? It's the drums. You want those to be consistent in mono as well. So I would probably try maybe fine-tune this a little bit more, but this already should clean it up a lot. So if we now do that again, it's obviously clipping here, but we can fix that. And there's, I mean, it's brought down anyway, so it doesn't matter. But if we now listen to the stereo and then to the mono, it still becomes a little bit more muffled, but the effect is a lot less pronounced. Still a little bit too much in my taste. So or because I find that it becomes a bit too much, so I'm gonna leave that there, and then we're gonna there you go. And you can see here, there's still plenty of width in this break. See? There's still plenty of width in it. But frequency-wise, it's much closer now. So you're only losing the width, but you're not really losing any sort of like power or like energy. It's all there in the mono as well. And there's other ways to do it. You can do it with some multiband compression. I can even make this like dynamic, so I can use dynamic EQ. So I can say let's squash it a bit and then bring it up as well. So it's really raising the level of it, which can be cool. It's almost like compression in a way. Or you can do it the other way, pronounce it. Like accentuate the transients. But, I mean, for this one I think we don't really need the... Is that this? Clear dynamics? Yeah. That kind of works. That's nice. The rest. Break. But yeah, that's how I would do that. And there's one other thing that you can use that I sometimes use quite a bit on drums. Voxengo has this plugin called MSED, which is quite helpful. So you can just take that, which is this thing right here. It's a very simple little plugin. Not sure why it's so goddamn small. Yo, why are you not getting bigger then? There we go. Okay, so this is a very simple plugin. All it does, basically, it lets you do a couple of things. So mid the mute, mid the sides, that's handy for like if you want to check things. But this is really helpful. You can just change the level of the mids and the sides really easily. So if it's too wide, you can just reduce this. Or if it has too less in the mids, for instance, you can just boost that. So if you're dealing with a sound that has a lot of side information and you want to make it work better in sort of like, you know, in mono as well, you can reduce the level of the sides and then boost the level of the mids and so like rebalance it a little bit so that it's a lot more centered. And that can usually work pretty well on sounds. Like we don't really need it on this, but now one thing is that could be pretty cool So let's listen to just the sides. And then do the entire break. So one thing that could be really fun. One moment, my dog is barking. Well, he barked once. And he just stopped. Okay, good. So, like, it's cool, but what I like a lot, and what I also noticed from analyzing sometimes the stems from other big drum and bass tracks that get released for like remixes and shit, especially like if you get like some big name stuff, or even sometimes you can see it as well if you just listen to the track. What I sometimes notice is that in the side there will be a lot less transient information in the drums, and you'll have like almost like the drums have a little bit more attack in the sides, whereas in the like they have a bit of a longer attack in the sides almost, which we could probably do. I mostly want to have it on the main kick and snare. I don't really care about the hats and shit, but mostly on the snare. I can see as well, like, see, that's just the sides, and there's a lot of transient there. So I want to see if we can do that, and if we can. I guess we can really easily split this with a utility. So we can take utility, and we can just say mid side mode. We do that, so then we have just the mids. Then we group that, we call that mid. Then we duplicate that, we call that side. We bring that all the way up. So now we have only the sides here. If we put a transient shaper on that, or I know an even better plan. An LFO tool on there. And we're gonna have it node retriggered on envelope mode. And then I'm going to go all the way down here. Okay, I need to. How are we gonna do this properly? I need to re-trigger it every time one of these hits. So, I'm gonna do this. I mean, I know. So we have that one. Group this. Put in an external instrument. It's a little bit convoluted, but it's gonna work. Snare. LFO tool. There we go. And then we need the other one as well, which is that one. Group that one. External instrument. Drop that in there. Say snare. LFO tool. So now, and I dragged the LFO tool too far off the screen. There we go. So now it should re-trigger. See? So now the sides, I can control how much attack I'm getting. And I can take the transient out completely in the sides. And if I then play it again with the mids as well, we get that. What the fuck is going on? Oh. This is still set to just the sides. There we go. So now we can control how much attack we have on the side. So let me just make that a bit bigger. And even make it that big. Yeah, LFO2 just gives me more control, and when I'm doing drums, I like that a lot. Because I can really just see it right here, right? I can really just see, like, okay, I can see where the drum is exactly, and I can see, like, okay, like we can take off that entire part, for instance. So now the entire transient is mono. That's the only thing in the sides now. So it's like, it's kind of cool. And I can also tell it to basically, I know it's always going to do it with the exact same amount, whereas with a transient shaper, it's always going to be sort of like looking for the transient, right? And if there's like a couple of hits fast after each other, it's not always going to register the second as a transient, if you get what I mean. And with this method, you can just make sure it's always going to re-trigger because you're feeding it a MIDI note into it, right? So that it's always going to re-trigger, and then it's always going to do the same shape on every hit. So it's a lot more precise than using a transient shaper, in my opinion. Now, I'm not sure if there's really a benefit. What I think it helps with, right now it's not really going to make too much sense at the moment because we just have the snare from the break. I would probably want to layer this with like a synthesized transient and then see how much of that one in the midst we actually need. But cleaning the sides up like this, I think, does help because then it doesn't clutter up if we make like a new transient for it. That is so like more punchy and more consistent, especially for in like the drop. In the intro, I think it's fine to just have just a break. But then when the drop hits, I think it could be good to just have, even if it's just a transient to reinforce this snare, you know? But then it doesn't clutter up that transient at all. I'm not sure if this is gonna... Like, we can really easily see how much of a difference it actually makes. Like, you really don't notice much. But there is a change. and I'm always like, if there is a change, I'm taking something away, and I don't necessarily hear it, then it shouldn't be there, or it doesn't have to be there, if you get what I mean. That's like how I usually improve a mix as well. Like I'll be looking for like, okay, this sound, like, okay, it has these frequencies, but if I take them out and I listen to the mix, it doesn't really change, right? So it doesn't really need those frequencies there because it sounds the exact same, maybe even cleaner when I take them out. And that's with a lot of things like that. So usually if I don't really hear much of a difference, that just kind of tells me, yeah, it's not necessarily needed. Yeah, it's all very subtle changes usually, and I shouldn't do too much of that now because honestly, it's very easy to get carried away with all of that. But for making drums, I feel like it's kind of nice because it does help to make good drums. But yeah, it just I don't know, it just I lost my train of thought. Over time, all of those things add up to a cleaner mix. Yeah, exactly. That does kind of happen. That does kind of happen. Like if you leave them all in, eventually all those frequencies add up, and yeah, you just get something that sounds really muddy, and that's not nice, right? Nobody wants a muddy mix. I don't like how that comes in at all. Maybe we should just start like that. Honestly. Then it doesn't come in awkwardly. That might just be the solution. That might just be the solution. If it comes in awkward, just start with it right at the start of the intro. Let's make that go up quite a bit, and we'll do a bit of a curve maybe. So that we get. It's a bit much maybe. Yeah, we need a completely different bass. I don't like the bass at all, but I do like the groove of this whole thing, so like that. We just need some extra things to make it more interesting. Well, let's take pigments instead. I like pigments at the moment. It has kind of been my main synth for the past few weeks. Because there's so much cool stuff you can do in it. I am kind of hearing something here. Dun, dun. Ooh, that's the... making it minor to sus. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Okay, let's give... something else. Then we can... maybe we should just do a bit more. Then we can... more. That's actually kind of interesting. Should we try 19? Maybe we should go up on this one and down on this one. Oh. Is it still in the right in the right pitch? No. That FM is just changing the pitch completely now. Oh, I should take this off so that we can just do that. Still sounds a bit shit at the moment, but bear with me. Oh, sorry, my mic was off. Yeah, my bad. My bad. Thanks for calling it out, though, because I would have just kept talking. Thanks. Yeah, that's the right pitch, I think. And it needs to do some pitch movement, so let's just give this 12 up and 12 down, maybe. And I'm probably only gonna need the downwards pitch movement, but we just want to have... And then I can always use a pitch envelope as well. Because we do want to have a bit of a start to it, so a bit of a kind of a kick drum start. Okay. That's gonna give it a lot of width, which I don't want. Let's distort it first, because then we can hear what that is doing. Not exactly. I'll figure that one out later. Let's get the main bass first. Main bass is gonna be pretty important, but how? And that sound just sounds like crap, so let's just get rid of it for now. What kind of a bass are we gonna do? Okay, let's start with a saw wave for now. I'm listening to the pattern of what the Reese thing is doing now. Dirty Reese. I think it's gonna have to be quite low passed. If you get what I mean. It's gonna have to be a low passed Reese that sort of like develops over time. This whole track is kind of gonna have a very drony sound. That's what I'm seeing in terms of my in terms of the idea of in my head. Like the whole intro is just one note. That is just one note, just extending the entire intro, and then in the drop, the bass comes in on the same note, right? So it has a very drony kind of feeling. So I think it would be nice to have a low-pass bass, and then some stuff on top, to kind of fill it up, and then every now and then make the bass sort of like open up a little bit on the end of the phrases. But sometimes you need to make a heavy distorted bass first and then low pass that to make it nice, you know? Like, let's already just put a low pass filter on so we can hear what that sounds low passed. I do like that slow movement. If I boost this a bit more, so you can hear the oscillation that it has. And that oscillation re-triggers as well if we re-trigger the note, which happens. So I want to find like slow works. That works too. Okay, let's and then let's see, that is stood. Okay, let's do Save. I don't know what was happening there, but let's save, just to be sure. Like we might want to distort it first and then filter it instead of filtering first and then distorting, because that sometimes sounds worse. We can try it though. But you see, it just becomes really sort of like nasty. If we take this off, we can distort it first, so we can really just smash it as much as we want. Like if we turn auto on, it's gonna be... We can really hear what the distortion is doing. They sound almost identical. But let's just pick one, and then we can just put a filter after it. And we can give it that same... And if we boost this here... So what if we make this one 1, and then bring this is, I'm gonna go to there, to there. Haha. Just so it's not completely static there. Maybe like that. Now, we can mess with the FM here, so we can also say, let's try. Give it like some movement, I guess. Ooh, that kind of works though. And if we want to give this a bit more sub, we can give this a sub oscillator here. So that's a -24, and then we can send that, for instance, to effects bus B, which is this one. Then it's going to come in here. Or we can say direct out. But it's not really doing too much, so it's probably a better option for this sound to just oh yeah, because we have I have the sidechain triggers here, because I set this up now, the break with the kick and snare of the break. I can also set these up. So kick, pre-effects, and let's do snare, pre-effects, and then I can put some sidechain on the bass real quick to give us a bit more freedom to push it. I'll just use a compressor for now. I'm not sure if this works. Let's see if that works. Just taking it from the sidechain triggers. Pre-effects again. Oh yeah, that works. Nice. Not if we solo it though. That's weird. And if we do this, yeah, then it works. Okay, so I'll just do it separate then. I still don't like the bass. Let's go back. Where was it? Here. Okay. It's a little bit better. Holy shit. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, that could actually be cool. So we get a clean version coming in there. If I move this one to here, if it wants to. Much better, yeah. It does sound better with reverb, but I want to make it a little bit more controlled, so. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Damn. So I can just put a filter here. And let's just put it like that, and then take this one, put it on here. I don't really like it. What if we swap these around? It's gonna do it again. Eee! You can do it. You can do it. I don't know why it does that. It has always done that for me, and I'm not sure why. There we go. Okay, I don't really like what it's doing, so let's get rid of that. Let's just get rid of these. Let's take that off, and let's go here. So I like that sound that we get there, so what if we can one, two. I mean, it is a bit of a groove, so I would probably want to make that last hit with a different sound. but the groove would be cool. We need on the snare reverb. Let's take a room. And we want a long reverb. Something like that, maybe. Let's group that. Create another chain. So that's our dry chain. That is our wet. Let's go in here. Let's extend that. Map to macro 1. Now we can fade that in. And then we can basically probably gonna be too much right now. Holy shit. Let's do a little bit less. If we make it longer, then we can use it as that is also fun. Use it like this. That's quite nice actually. Use it like that, or we can use it at the start somewhere here. We can do. Quite cool. How does it sound in mono? Yeah, usually not too good, so I would usually make it mono or make it more mono than what it is. But that's still pretty good. I like it here though. Damn. Such a weird pattern actually. Oh no, wait. I'm just getting confused. That's right, yeah. can also have a more pattern like that in the intro. Because it's quite a lot over there in the drop. Let's lock the animation before we do that. I do quite like this. Yeah, we can leave that. Okay, maybe we need this one as well. Yeah. Just need to resample some sounds that come in over time here and make it more interesting. Now I'm kind of not liking that. Now we get to this section. Okay, one moment. It does work. But I like how it rolls on the other version. I like how that rolls though. Maybe do that. Why not? I still don't like that bass, so like, what do we have? The groove is good, but can we introduce that here? Like, we don't have, I don't like, I just need to make it out of layers. That's what I need to do. So I guess the patch is alright. I just need to get rid of some of the stuff. So now we have just a sub. But that's a good sub, right? So might as well leave that. It's a lot of processing for a sub, and we have reverb on it, so we might want to take that off. That's literally not doing anything. Maybe a tiny bit, but not much at all. Then here we have just this one with that. Just gonna like that is a good sub, so I'm just gonna leave that. Call that sub. Need something on top though. First of all, I want to make a sound that we can use to kind of emphasize the first beat, maybe. Then we can use that one in the intro as well. So let's use some noise. I'm gonna send that through a high pass. Let's make. I'm just gonna take this clip for now. And let's put this outside of the group here. I'm gonna put it in the drums group actually. Let's just put it in the same group as the break so we can process it with the break maybe. And let's go in here. And I'm gonna take this noise. Let's just set that to key. It's the same every time. Highs and high passed. I can see here, look, there's quite a lot of it is in the mono, is in the center, but there's a tiny bit in the side, so that's nice. Gives it a bit of width. But there's not too much, so it's not too wide. That's kind of good. They could have also made this noise really wide. And then you would lose a lot of it in mono, but now if you sum that to mono, it's still going to sound pretty much like noise. So let's take a sub. And I'm going to make it low. Do that to filter 2. So that we get that sub again. Actually, we don't have to do that. Like, this is the old school way. We don't have to do this, but let's try it. Do distortion, fully wet. Get that. We can even say maybe bring this down to 36. Get it really slow. And then afterwards you just take another filter. Set it to high pass. Pretty steep. And you get that. Now all we have to do is just go in here. And you can just say, okay, what do I want to emphasize? Somewhere here maybe. And then you just have like see, and you can just make this a bit smaller. And just create like a little hit there. And you can use it every now and then. And it really helps to emphasize like the first beat a little. I really like to use this a lot. Such a handy little technique. And then you can just change this to get different. Doesn't even matter if it's not in the right pitch, because you're high passing it anyway, so. The other way of doing it though, let's try that. Let's turn that off. Let's go in here. Let's use the sampler. Let's turn this off. This is also on, by the way. Huh? Ah, that's also on. Nice. Let's turn that off. Let's take the sampler, because here we also have noise. Noise. I think, yeah, we have the same noise there, so then it's also going to be a different pitch, so we can have the noise a little bit like that, and we can use the MIDI note to change the pitch of it. And then we can, instead of using unison here, we can set this to modulation, and then we get ring mod here. So we can turn that up, and you get the same effect. And then the modulator here is the pitch of that oscillator that controls the ring mod. So if I turn that down even more, you get the same kind of effect, but without distortion. And then we can say like, oh, this is a little bit too low passed. Just bring it down a bit. And then this goes up in pitch. Or get darker noise. Which is quite nice. But I like the other way more, honestly. Which is the one with the utility here. And then this. It gets, I don't know, it just gets a bit more gritty. Right? And we can still go into the into the utility here, and we have a tune knob here as well. So if we want darker noise, we just can bring that down as well, or we can use the low pass here. Yeah, it does a very similar thing. Sounds slightly different, but I think in Serum you can do it as well, yeah. Not entirely sure. No, you cannot ring mod the noise in Serum, so you would have to make a noise wavetable, I guess. Which, from my experience, doesn't sound that good. Yo, why are you pasting it behind there? I clearly had the markers right there. I still feel the drums are too busy at the start of the drop, but whatever. Let's see. It's that 16 thing that comes in. It's too much for me. Maybe I'll just take out everything in the break except of the kicks and the snares, and only use the kicks and the snares from the break, and then just make all my own hats. But I don't fancy doing it now, because that's an endless process. That's actually quite a nice sound. So I still have this thing on, by the way, the quick sampler. So I can, for instance, like, I like that sound there. So if I just do this and control click here so it records again, I can literally just say, okay, drag that in to an audio track. And now I have that reverb swell. So I like this thing, that plugin. Quick Sampler by Bird. Not sure where it's used. Right there, yeah. It's really helpful to just quickly sample stuff. Now we just have it as a sample, so we can also just put it here. Like that. And we don't even need that automation anymore, in a way. But, yeah, what are we gonna do with this? That's also a kick. Hmm. It's literally just these parts. That's the ghost snares. If I have that, and that, that's basically the kicks and snares. So now I can do, if I mute this, I can do my own hats, basically. I mean, that's quite handy. Then I can just say, throw in... Save. Yeah, it's a really nice plugin. It's $19, I believe, but I mean, well worth it in my opinion. Just adds like a nice, quick, yeah, just a quick thing that just allows you to basically it's running in the background, and as long, like, I think I paused it again, but just put it in front of your master, and regardless of what your DAW is doing, it's still recording. So if we now go here, I can just sample stuff right away. I don't necessarily need to have my DAW playing, which is really, really nice. And if I hear something I like, I can just So you can even, if you're just doing some sound design session or something, just like doing some resampling with like Renly Portal stuff, and you're just flicking through presets, and suddenly something happens in the middle of between switching presets, right? Sometimes you get those weird little things, right? That it suddenly switches, and then you get something and you're like, whoa, and it's never gonna do that again. But if you have this just running, you can then just go, oh, go to your master track, open this, select that part that sounded cool, drag it in, and there you go. You have it, right? It's such a handy thing. And I would then, like right now my Ableton is not set up right, but if I would do that, let's move that for now. Let's drop you in there. Then pin that to the top. Let's drop that there. There we go. I need a bigger screen. I'm gonna need a bigger screen with all these new tools. But they're really nice. It really depends. I do like the funk kit. Like this one is pretty nice. The reference clean. And then I usually just go into the hi-hat here. And I start trying out different ones. Because you have this one. That's just the first one basically that it uses. But I usually like just trying out different ones. Seeing which one I like. That sounds pretty good as well. Oh, there's no reverb on this kit. Nice. Yeah, funk or metal, they're usually pretty good. This is a start. I'm also gonna take this, by the way. So all of these should have the filter removed. This one still has it. Let's get rid of the filters. Okay. Then I can take them from here. And I can just put them on this group. That's why I made the group as well. Just put them at the start of their group instead. So that everything in this group is gonna have that. So I can even say like take these hats and sort of like use them in the intro. And I can say maybe mute these. So we just get maybe mute these. And I still have all the stuff here, so I would probably want to just go for, yeah, I guess just that's all muted now. I guess we just do this. Yeah, they're gonna be a bit loud then. God damn it. It's just the saturators, I think. too much, but it's not too much. Okay, good. Yo, Stan, have a good night. Have a good evening. Okay, I don't like the... Like, I'm getting lost in making drums now, which is exactly why I didn't want to do this. Oh yeah, let's automate that. There on the drop. That one. I will use reference tracks sometimes if I have to. I'm thinking about can add here. Oh, now that has... Oh no, it has only that. It's nice. Oh, maybe those things come in later. Yeah, see there. I need to take all of this. Oh, fuck. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I need to take this, then hit the right key. Yeah, delete. Then we can copy that. Yo. Why ghost snare come in there? What's that? Where is it? No ghost snare. Duplicate. Yeah, I was about to say. I did something wrong, probably. Let's just leave those hats in for now, because... fuck it. High-paced drum and bass today. What can we add? Something like that in there. And a sound. This one, yeah, I haven't set up a command for that. But that one is called Bird's Quick Sampler. I'll see what the website is for real quick. Bird's Quick Sampler. Birdsthings.com. Drop that in the chat real quick. So, right here. There you go. Bird's Quick Sampler on birdsthings.com. It's currently beta version, Windows only at the moment. $19. Linux and Mac is coming. Clap VST3 and standalone, so you can have it. You can also have it running as a standalone piece of software and send basically your entire computer's audio into it. If your interface has a loopback feature, so then you can even use it to like sample stuff from the internet, for instance, or from other pieces of software. Yeah, a couple of options you have: middle mouse button to drag. Preview with alt click, control click to pause the recording, zoom with control shift click. Yeah, and I've been talking to the guy as well on Twitter, and I said like it would be nice to have custom theme support so that I could have it the same colors as this basically, and he was like, yeah, I think that would be nice to have in the future as well. So yeah, it's he's active on Twitter as well. He's like oh, he has a Discord as well. Nice. I joined that. But he's active on Twitter as well, so he updates he sends tweets when he has updates there, so always good if you use Twitter to follow him there. But yeah, I saw it and I was like, oh, that's like an instant buy because it's such a handy thing. It's kind of like what Edison does for FL Studio users, right? I think you can have that just record as well. But the downside of that is, I think that it just records a sample, and it saves that somewhere on your hard drive, in a folder that you probably selected. This actually just records it to the memory, to your RAM memory, and then depending on how much memory you have, you can select how long you want it to record. So I can just say duration 45 seconds. So it's only going to use whatever 45 seconds is worth of RAM memory, right? And if the more RAM you have, the higher you will be able to set this as well. But I've been able to set it to 120, and I didn't really see much of a big of a deal. But I mean, I have 64 gigabyte of RAM, so you know, I it's not really a good test to know how much it uses on like computers with like 8 or 16 gigabytes. But it's a nice little thing because you can just take anything here and then you can just click and drag it into your DAW as an audio file. So, and then it saves it as an audio file in a location that you specified. So at any time it's recording, and then when you hear something you like, so if you're doing resampling and you hear something you like, you can just select it here, drag it in, and you don't have to, try and recreate the sound again, because sometimes, especially if we have something like this, like let me put it outside of the bass group so it doesn't get sidechained, because it gets a bit weird with the sidechain. So let's say we have this. Let's try and make it a little bit nice first. Let's do that on the decay here, and I'm also gonna do it on the release. We're gonna use that, and we're gonna automate a little bit. So that's what we're starting with. We're gonna go up a little maybe here. And I'm gonna adjust a little bit because we need a bit more. So a bit more on the release actually. I assume this is also post-effects playback. Well, I mean, it depends where you put it. So it comes as a VST plugin, and as a clap plugin, and as a standalone piece of software. So if you run it standalone, then it's gonna just take whatever you feed into it as an audio input. So you can just select, let's say I would select my loopback feature, which just sends whatever is going out to my speakers back into a loopback driver that I can use and select in a piece of software to record. So that would record whatever comes out of Ableton, so that includes the master limiter and all that. But I've put the VST right here in front of the limiter, so now whatever it records here is pre-limiter. So it's pre-effects, it's just whatever runs out of the master without the limiter on it. So that's how I can just do that. I would use it as a VST like that, because then also it works like this. So when, for some reason, when I have it like this, it kind of looks nice. It's just that the colors are a little bit different, but I'm fine with it. But with the VST plugin, you can just put it wherever. So if you want to record just on, like, let's say you're resampling a particular layer in a track and you don't want to have any other processing on it, just put it on that track, you know? Just put it on that track, and you can still play your entire tune with all the drums and everything, and then on that one track just mess with like a portal or whatever stuff, and it's only gonna record whatever comes out of that track. The drums won't be included because you've put it right there. So let's say we wanna do granular resampling on this one, I can just put that quick sampler right here after this pigments, and then maybe there's gonna be a portal in between with like granular processing to make interesting weird shit. And then it's only gonna record that, even though I'm playing it with the rest of my track. So that's quite nice. You can just take this and I can just move it around. So I can just say like, okay, now I want to resample stuff from here. Okay, put it right there. And then we're just gonna go, let's take our trusty friend Portal, put it in front of it. And let's go to my favorites category. That's probably a good choice. And now whatever we do, even though we play it with everything else, it's only recording that. Like, that one was pretty cool. Right there. So we can just say that, okay, I would control click so it stops recording, so that you don't have, for instance, that it loops and you're still making a new audio track and then it already removes the thing that sounds cool. But you can just take that, just say, okay, that was a pretty cool part. And let's see. See, so now we have that. We can just say, okay. We just have to adjust it a little bit, maybe. It's actually pretty... It's probably gonna be like that. See, so it's really easy to resample stuff now. Like, I actually quite like that first part, for instance. That it's a bit weird because it has the bit crusher on it, so I'm not gonna use this one. But I would look for something cleaner that does not have a bit crusher on it. But like, as an example, now you have this. Let's say you think like, oh, that sounds pretty cool in the drop. You can just take this, and now we have something to introduce in the intro, I guess. Because we can just... See, it sounds a bit messy because of that bit crusher. But you get the idea, right? So let's go back in here. need reverb in between as well. We need some vintage verb in front of the portal. Let's grab one of my presets. One of these maybe. Just a tip. Immediately we got more sort of like interesting stuff going. Oh yeah, maybe wanna I can also, and this is pretty fun, I can also put the reverb after the quick sampler, so that the sound is going to get through Portal, then it's going to be sampled by the quick sampler, and then there's a reverb on it, so I can hear how it sounds with reverb, but I'm sampling it dry. Hey, another quick tip. So now you can just... I don't know, that was a pretty cool part, but now you can just select it, and if I drag it in, it's just dry. It has no reverb. So I can just say, oh, nice, and now I still have the ability to use whatever reverb I want. But I still can quickly sort of like hear what it sounds with a quick reverb that I put on. Which is nice, because during the resampling you might want to hear that, right? Gives you a better idea of what it actually will sound like when it is, you know, like an actual sound that's... Does it take much CPU power? The quick sampler. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, Ableton is using 8-9% at the moment, so that includes this one as well. Minimeters is using about 9% of my GPU. Let's see if it does more when we play. It's mostly using GPU minimeters, which is nice. And this is just... I don't know how much Ableton uses without it, but like... PC is fine, so... we do more? Let's see. I might have an idea with this. Let's go and put silo after portal. Feeling that it's lagging when I move my mouse again. Yeah, that bug is still. I have no clue what is causing it. Let's save. One moment, I'm gonna have to restart Ableton, and then it's fixed. Good moment, because I also need to take a bathroom break. Let me grab some music. I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm gonna restart Ableton, and then take a bathroom break. I'll be back in just like I don't know, a minute or so. See you guys in just a bit. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so with this we will be able to get really weird shit. So like we already have it running through quite a bit of stuff, of course. Now, depending on how we set this up, let's say tempo, let's try 1. No, we need to do tempo maybe 2 bars. And now let's that's pretty sick. That reverb is pretty nice as well. Some pretty cool stuff, pretty cool things. And see, depending how you set it up, you're actually just gonna get a rhythmic thing that will just basically work in context of the track. Like, I've set it up to exactly half a speed backwards, basically. So, like, if we set this to -1, we need to hold control, and we can do fine adjustment. So 1 time. Now it's going to see every bar. We get it coming back. If I do 25, then we get it every 4 bars. Even more. So yeah, and we can have the time. Let's bring it up a bit. Bring this to let's do sure why it's yeah, there we go. This is a mask, so normally like this, it just generates every 8 note, because it's set to 8 notes here. But if we do this, then only on the black ones here, it will generate a grain. And then in between, it doesn't. So you get a really rhythmic kind of pattern. And you can create even polyrhythmic things, because some of them are like odd numbered ones, like this one that has 3. Where was it? Right there. And we need to wait until the one where it's a bit more open. Like maybe we want to speed that up. So let's do 16th dotted. And we can actually maybe go in here and just make this a little bit bigger. Let's just bring this up a bit. You're gonna get a weird sort of like time, but I like these ones where it has these kind of patterns, so you get like and then without the reverb you can really start hearing what it's doing. So you get really interesting sort of like rhythmic things. Maybe see, that's also pretty cool. And if you want them a little bit longer. It's also pretty nasty. Those are randomizers, so you can randomize the size or the speed. Change the pitch. It's a pretty good resampling tool, this. Yeah, you can automate everything as well. Like you can see when I move something, it just moves there as well, so even that. And if you just do a weird time, you're just gonna get different things every time it loops. You get just different things, so you can just mess with it. Like if we do random here, it's just stuck. Huh? Oh, because it's set to 1 maybe. Weird. pretty cool though. I think you can also, yeah, you also have a mask here, so you also can do this, this is really weird. Doesn't always work, but see now the reverb. Now we get dry ones and we get ones with reverb. Just even weirder. It's very wide. Definitely lose a lot in mono, but I would just probably use like that little Voxengo MSED trick on this one. And just literally take the sides and just bring them down a bit. And then maybe boost the mids a little, so you kind of just make up for the imbalance that it has, or the fact that it's so wide. And it should still... But it's a lot less wide, so the moment it... And I really overdid it here. Would probably use the mid-side EQ as well. But just using that, you can really just take it a little bit down, and that way it's not too different when it's in mono, which is kind of nice. I mean, I'm just literally making a sound at the moment. I'm just not really making a track anymore, to be honest. How late is it? 1 a.m. I mean, I didn't really have the goal of making a track anyway, so the fact that we made it up until this is already achievement, I guess. I wasn't even initially feeling like streaming, so yeah, now this one is really weird at the moment, though. It is nice. What does this one sound like again if we bring this down? Was it something like this? I don't like how the intro sounds, but whatever. I don't really like the sound, but let's just see what we can make from it. This one needs a lot more as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna do something with what I made today, but whatever. I think I'm gonna stop streaming soon. Not sure if there's anybody still watching. If you are, let me know in the chat. You can do something if anybody wants. If you have any requests, then let me know. I'm gonna have to do a lot of organizing with all those breaks. I got so many breaks, but there's a lot of good ones in here. A lot of nice ones. Hey. But most of them are just the raw sort of like breaks. And there's some really good ones in here. So I'm gonna really go through a lot of these, just check, because there's so many good ones. The one and this one I just already found earlier, so because that's something I would rather not do it on stream, because then, you know, whatever, but that one is pretty nice too. Bobby Bird. There's a lot of swing. There's some really interesting ones in here though. Ones that I've never heard of. There's so many. I basically went through all the folders that I have of my breaks and just found ones that, and just put them all together in one folder. So I hope as long as I keep talking over it, it doesn't claim them. That would be nice. But yeah, there's a lot. A lot of like old funk records and shit. Which is nice. But I think there's also more here. All of these as well. Still had all of these packs. Take one of those, wipe it in the right tempo, set it to hope that that they sliced it, but that it finds it correctly, but it doesn't. But I usually just take repitch. I mean, that's a fucking break. Honestly. That's a pretty good one. So there you have it. Like hip hop drums, if they have the right pattern, just speed them up, and you basically got yourselves drum and bass break. And if it doesn't have the right pattern, you can make it the right pattern. If it's a little bit too high, you can frequency shift it down. Not too much, because then it starts sounding weird, but just do a little bit. You can get away with it. But usually what I would do is actually go in and just make the slices. So like you know, remove that one, remove that one. That one is not right, so I would just go in and put it on the right spot. And then you can use the beats mode, then it's way better. I can do it, it's not too much. It's only a couple of hits, so... See, that one has found it not correct at all. Let's do that. That one. Let's put it right there. That one. Put it right there. 3 more. That one. That one has... It's right. This is not a hit, that's just the tail of the other one. That one is actually correct. So now we have the entire break. Then we can just use the beats mode and then set it to 1 shot. And then we can just pitch it to whatever pitch we want. Then we don't need the frequency shift, I already took it off. And we can use this, of course, to make the break shorter and tighter, which is nice. Use that a lot as well. But yeah, it's I love using breaks recently. That one is a bit... Let's just move it out of the way. So I know what I'm gonna be doing as soon as I'm done with the preset pack. I'm working on the last little bits right now, so should be done pretty soon. I think what I want to do first is make like a snare drum pack for Patreon. So I promised that, so I think I'm gonna do that first. And then I don't know, maybe I'll make a whole bunch of breaks in between as well. Just go through all those break folders and just check which ones sound cool on drum and bass tempo, and I'll just make a whole bunch of breaks. And I can put those on Patreon. Anyways, I'm gonna stop streaming because I think my dog needs to go for a walk. Thanks for being here. Was a little bit of a random stream today, but I also didn't really have much of a plan. So thanks for being here anyway. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, but next week. Next week on Friday. And I'll be in the Discord after the stream though. I'm gonna walk my dog and then I'll be in the Discord. So if you wanna join the Discord, then check the description below the stream. Or check the link in the Discord somewhere. It might be there. If not, then it's gonna be there as soon as I type this. Then it should give us a link in the chat. There we go. You can join using that link. If you want to support, by the way, you can support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/artifacts. And on there you can download a whole bunch of samples and all kinds of other stuff. My Ableton racks and all kinds of other stuff. There's a lot on there right now. There's one thing that is unable to be downloaded. That's the field recordings pack. I know. It's just that I don't have a place right now at the moment to host it. I am talking to somebody. He's actually in the chat, so hey. We might fix it, we might figure something out, but I might even be able to do it myself on there. Honestly, I've checked, and I do have enough space on my Google Drive, so I'll check. I'll see if I can upload it there. But it's quite a big pack, right? It's like 7 gigabytes or something, so I don't want to really put it on my Dropbox because then my Dropbox is like full. And yeah, I don't want to do that. So I'll check where I'll put that up there. But all the other packs are available. Most of them you can just download through Patreon itself. It's only that one because it was so large and I just had no other place to put it. If I would have to put it on Patreon, I would have to split 7 gigabytes up into parts of 200 megabytes, which is crazy. You're gonna get about like what 60 parts or something to download. It's a bit much, right? It's not really too nice, I think, for everybody downloading. Yeah, I think if as long as you can make like a link, just a link that somebody goes to, and that's the link where they download from, then it should be fine, right? Then there's nothing to worry about, I guess. But we'll see. Maybe I'll do it on my own. I'll check out. I'll check real quick after the stream, but I haven't really looked into it yet. I've been too busy setting up macro knobs, Setting up 512 macro knobs is long, let me tell you. It's long. I did a pack for Arturia, and I think I did 64 presets. So that's like 64 times 4, which is like what, 265 macro knobs that you set up. And that, now in hindsight, now I think back, that was already long. It took me like quite a while to do all the macro knobs because they obviously want all the macro knobs to be set up, and preferably also things like mod wheel or well, in the case of Arturia, the mod wheel also had to be set up. So it was like 5 knobs at least that I had to do per patch, and that takes a lot of time. And now it's twice the size, so it gets so much. But yeah, I'm almost done right now. No, I'm not sure yet. I think it's also gonna be up to Black Octopus Sound because they're gonna be releasing it, so it's also gonna be up to them. I'm making it for them basically, and like most of my packs, they take care of everything. They release it and they take care of the distribution. So I mean, I quite like it because I did it in the past where I did it all myself, and at first it was fine, but as you get more sales and as there's more people buying, at some point, especially because I was doing everything myself through my own website back then, there's gonna be issues, right? And at some point, you're just fixing issues the entire day, and I was just completely done with it. So I was like, let's see, is there another way to do this? Do this in a smarter way, basically. And yeah, it's just Black Octopus Sound releases all my packs, basically, at this point. Except the things that I put on Patreon, of course. That's just for the patrons. That's for the special theme. But no, it's like, do they pay a set fee or is the commission? I with Black Octopus Sound, I do everything on commission base. I did the pack that I did for Arturia was a set price, but they paid me really well for it. So I mean, I couldn't complain because it paid for like my new MIDI controller plus a couple of other things. So they paid me really well. Let's just say that. I was pleasantly surprised when they told me what what they were paying me. I'm not necessarily gonna say any numbers. It's not too crazy. It's not. We're not talking about crazy amounts. Um, but for what I had to do, I've had a lot worse offers. Let's just say that. Um, so that was nice. That's also why I took that offer. Um, the one for Black Octopus Sound, I just literally, it was all by accident. I hadn't logged into my Facebook for a while, and I I am friends with the owners of Black Octopus on Facebook. I hadn't logged in for a while, and I saw on Twitter that what was it? It was a couple of what was it, a month and a half ago, that this weird thing was happening, that posts to celebrities' accounts were showing up on people's Facebook feeds even though they weren't following them or something like that because the servers were completely messed up. Something like that. Um, and I saw it on Twitter and I was like, oh, what? So I logged into my Facebook and by random just chance, I see a post of the owner like, hey, anybody familiar with pigments? Like, yeah, sure. What do you need? So like that's how I'm kind of now making a pack for a second pack for pigments. But this one is going to be, better for me because this one is probably just going to be the same thing as what I do with all my other packs. It's just going to be commission based. Um, and it's going to be just, I honestly I like that more. It was just like with the one with Arteria, it was just right at the right time. I needed a new MIDI controller because the one that I was using were some of the keys were not properly working anymore, and that was, you know, more and more keys started doing that where they weren't really registering every time I hit it, and I was like, damn, I need a new MIDI controller, but I kind of want to have a good one, right? I want to have something that's better, that's gonna, help me with what I make, and that also, just help me jam more because I want to get better at like playing and understanding chords and harmonies more and all that kind of stuff. Um, so a shitty MIDI controller isn't really going to be exciting to play on, right? So it's yeah, I wanted something nice. Um, and then when I saw the one from Novation, I was like, yeah, that one is it's like what was it, 700 or something? I think 700 euros, something like that. Um, but it integrates with Ableton, right? So it's like all integrated, and I can just push one button on the controller, and it basically maps to Ableton automatically, and then whatever is selected, it works. I can do it right now. Switch to in control the moment I hit the the track button on the controller. It switches in Ableton, so I can just switch between the tracks, and then whatever is on that track shows up on the screens on the controller. So, for instance, here on the bass track, we have two sidechain compressors. I can see a threshold knob on my screen, for instance. That's the first one, and I can just change the threshold here with the knob because it's automatically mapped. So it's so sick. And it does that for all the knobs. So all the knobs are automatically mapped, and I can just scroll through them as well. I'm still getting familiar with it. There's so many options on this controller. So I think there's also a way to switch to the other device. So to select this one because it maps to whatever is selected. So I think there's also a way to go to the next device, but I'm not entirely sure which one. Shift and then track? Oh, then it did something else. What did it do? Oh, it switched to the master track. Oh. Nice. There's a way. Oh, I can settings. Next device. I'm not entirely sure how that It is specifically with Ableton. Yes, yes. They've basically worked with Ableton to have it basically automatically map. You can make it work with other DAWs as well, I believe, but it works most optimally with Ableton. Um, like it has a built-in sequencer as well and all kinds of stuff, and like it has knobs, for instance, on or all the buttons on the controller light up, and I have, for instance, um, like right here, this track has a solo and a arm button, and I will see that on the controller as well, so I can just use the buttons on the controller to arm a track or solo a track. Um, so yeah, it's but the layout for that kind of makes sense to what Ableton looks like, if you get what I mean. So it is more aimed at like Ableton users, that's for sure. But yeah, that job just came at the right time because it paid for that new MIDI controller, and I really needed one because the one that I was using just didn't work anymore at some point. There was one key that just, I think there was one key that only could play at 100% velocity. So if I was playing piano and I was just playing really softly, like a really soft little bit, and then with quite a bit of compression on it, to make it a bit louder, and then just playing softly, and then you just hit that one C note, and then boom, 100% velocity, just blasting in your ear suddenly. It wasn't nice, so I needed a new MIDI controller. And then they came in with the job, and I was like, oh, that's nice. That's a good offer. And they're paying well, so I'm able to buy that MIDI controller that I want. So yeah, that was just. Normally, I would have said I would prefer commission based, but it was just the right timing. But yeah, like what Black Octopus does a lot, because they also make sure that it's sort of like that the sample packs are on Splice, that they are on the Loopmasters web store, for instance, and all those kind of places. So I even have a funny one that's actually quite funny. I remember back when the first pack that I released through a third party vendor was through Loopmasters actually. Um, I remember I had all the packs that I had on my web store back in the day, and the point was at some point the website was running well. There were quite a bit of sales coming in, and I was doing a lot more customer support than actually working on music. And I wasn't liking that. So and then suddenly the website also started getting attacked by like hacking attacks and stuff like that. They were trying to get in, but they weren't capable of getting in. But they were trying to, and I got notices of that, right, of my web host, but they were blocking it and all that kind of stuff. Um, and at that point, I pulled the plug. I was like, I'm not capable of doing all that by myself, and I'm also not really. I don't want to do all that by myself because I'm not gonna have time left to even work on the things that I want to do. So at that point, I was like, let's see if I can do it externally, and I was like, Black Octopus Sound is a nice option. Um, or at first I went through Loopmasters. They only wanted me to make like a pack for them, which I did. But then they didn't want to release all the other packs because they were like, no, that they're not good enough or something like that. But there's plenty of packs on their website that are really not good at all, to be quite honest. So I was like, at least my packs, there's plenty of people sending me messages that they use it a lot, right? So I'm like, okay, even though they're old now, and I would definitely like to remake them maybe, but like yeah, it's there still a lot of people use them. So I was like, okay, whatever. And now they're still on Loopmasters because they're released through Black Octopus Sound, and they have released them on Loopmasters. so so first they said no, and then I said okay. I went to Black Octopus Sound, and they released the packs, and now they're still on Loopmasters. So it, whatever. It's just because they have a a contract with them or something. They have a relationship already with them, and Black Octopus Sound is listed as a vendor on their website. So that's probably why. and I'm not, you know, a company. I'm just a person, right? So it's like it's a little different. I would have to set up a company or something, or do something like that, which I'm not really fancying doing. So yeah, it's just a better option. It makes more sense. They take control of all of that, and it's like a 50-50 split. So I mean that's fair. I'm fine with that. They take care of it a lot, honestly. If I would have to do all of that myself, that's so much work. What do you think about taking care of all the customer support, all the people that have issues with downloading their files and stuff like that, and then taking care of getting the packs released on all of those different sample pack stores, because there's a lot of them, right? It's not just Splice. There's a lot of them. There's Loopmasters. There's what is it? Producer loops. There's so many different ones. Prime loops. I don't know what else there is. There's so many different sample pack stores where stuff gets released. There's just a couple of really big ones, but Beatport Sounds, I don't know what else there is. So yeah, it's just it helps a lot. I wouldn't be able to do that all by myself. So yeah, it's not entirely sure when it's gonna come out, but I guess it should come out pretty soon after I send it in. Hello there, how are you doing? I got a little question. Can you sell samples from something like Addictive Drums? Not raw, of course, but as a layer, etc. Um, technically not. Technically not. But if you know, it kind of depends how you use it. Like technically not, because that's usually listed in the license agreement of the plugin or the library. Same goes with like contact libraries, a lot of other sample-based libraries. In fact, like a lot of piano libraries as well, will actually say that you cannot make sample libraries with it, which makes sense, you know. But it kind of depends how you use it, because if you just leave them dry and raw in there, then yes, it's gonna be a bit, yeah, that's not right. But if you process it a lot, or if you like with pianos, it's a bit tricky. But if you, for instance, just use a free use the free Spitfire Labs piano or something, sounds great. So I mean, it's a free piano, so what are they gonna do? Um, but if you use like I don't know, what were you talking about? Addictive drums, yeah. Like if you're using addictive drums to make a drum and bass break that sounds really like techie drum and bass, for instance, you're gonna have to do a lot to those sounds that are in the library of addictive drums. You're not just gonna use the raw sounds. You're gonna have to process the hell out of them to get them to sound that way. At that point, they're probably not even gonna sound anything close like the raw sounds anymore. So you know they're pitched up, they're distorted, saturated, transient shaped. I don't know what else you're gonna do to it, you know. But the more you do to it, the less people are gonna even be capable of recognize as like, hey, this is a drum sound from Addictive Drums. Um, if you layer it up with other kind of things as well, it becomes even more uh well, it becomes even harder to figure that out. So yeah, it kind of depends, you know. I do try when I'm making sample packs to not use addictive drums if I'm doing drums. I have a whole library of like um, acoustic drum samples that are like raw samples from like different drum kits and stuff like that. Ones that I got from the internet, ones that I got from friends that own drum kits and sampled them. Um, and I just have a whole folder with them, so with different kinds of snare drums, for instance, and I can just use those because a lot of them are multi-sampled, so with like different velocities as well. So I can just use those, and it's a little bit less. You have a little bit less freedom, but still, like with a good sampler, you can do a lot. So you know, I would usually just do that just to be safe, you know, because it's yeah, when you're making drums for like a sample pack that's actually commercially like it's gonna be sold, um, I wouldn't do it most of the time, but that's just to be safe. But then it kind of depends, you know, like if you ran the drums that you made with addictive drums through some weird processing chain that makes them, I don't know, sound really weird, then nobody's probably even gonna notice. You know, if it's gonna be more of like some FX based drums or something like that. But then, I mean, who am I? Maybe you can do it and get away with it, and nobody's gonna care. But I would definitely check the license just to be sure. If you want to do it the right way, yeah, then check the license and check what the license of Addictive Drums says, because there's probably something in there about this. And if not, then you can do it. Like if there's nothing in there about this, then you can just do it. But if there's a part in it, and most likely there will be, just check what it says. And if it says you're not allowed, then yeah, technically not. And that's basically the short answer. And the long answer, I guess I kind of gave it already. Anyways, it's 2 a.m. I'm gonna stop streaming. Thanks for being here. I'll be in the Discord later. If you have some more questions, just come to the Discord. Yeah, but it's a good question though. It's a good question. I get the question well, not often, but I do get it every now and then. People that are interested in making sample packs, when then they ask me like, how do you make drum samples, for instance? Like, do you do that with addictive drums? And yeah, most of the time not. If it's like a layer, then sometimes I do. Like sometimes I'm just looking for some resonance, right? And I don't, you know, fancy making that from scratch. So all I'm looking for is like, okay, just need some snares with a good resonant tail. I might grab addictive drums and just find one that I can use, and then use a frequency shifter on it to shift it into the right frequencies where I want it to be, you know, and then already it sounds so different from the original, because I'm going to be cutting off the attack of that snare and then only use the tail, and then that's going to be volume shaped, probably EQ'd, and then compressed and saturated with the other layers, so it becomes one sound. And at some point, you're not even going to recognize it anymore as, hey, this comes from addictive drums, right? So you can get away with it, and there's definitely ways of how I would use it, but yeah, you do have to be careful with it. But it's a good question, though. It's a really good question. Because I see so many sample packs being made. There's one on, it's actually quite hilarious. There's I forgot the name of the company. It's a small ass company. It's probably just a dude in his basement somewhere, or a dude in an apartment, just living by himself, just who set up a website. Because it's literally just a couple of sample packs that are posted on it. It's kind of like what my old website was, in a way. Just like a simple store with a couple of sample packs on it. But they made a bunch of packs that are basically just game sounds, just video game sounds, ripped from the old video CDs and like stuff. Which, I mean, if you're gonna make a pack of that, I mean, that's fine. There's so many packs like that online that you can download for free most of the time, because those are copyrighted sounds, right? But no, they released them as like packs that you can buy. And they came to Reddit, and it was like, I think it was the DMB production Reddit, where they started like, they came to promote their packs, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I can't stand that. Like, if you're gonna be the guy that wants to make samples and wants to release sample packs, at least make your goddamn samples, you know? And don't just make a pack and put in the description of the product, these were ripped from the original game discs, you know? So these are the highest quality sounds. Fuck off, mate. You're just stealing sounds. Are you paying royalties to the original sound designers, or what? Like, come on. That's something I can't stand. And there's so many people that do that. There's so many people that just use even Like, I've heard sample packs where people literally used like sounds or loops from other sample packs to make the samples for their sample pack. And I was like, dude, now we're getting into like sample pack inception. This is like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And that's just, yeah, that happens quite a lot actually. And honestly, you're just ripping off your customers, you know? Just imagine that person that buys your pack just coming across another pack, and they bought another pack like 2 months later, and they're browsing through the sounds and they're like, "Hey, I know that sound," and they're like, "What the fuck?" Maybe they're not licensed anymore if they're too old, but even with that, it's quite bad. Yeah, exactly. It's also the thing with like people releasing royalty free music, because that's the thing actually. People, you have like old music that's now public domain. um, Everybody can use it, right? But there's also record labels or like, and often it's like weird small labels that will re-release this music, often remastered. But then the problem is the music is public domain. So technically somebody should be able to play it in a live stream, for instance, and just be fine. A company should be able to play it and be fine. But as soon as a company, a label then decides, hey, we are going to remaster this and re-release it, now they will be able to claim the copyright on the public domain music again because they remastered and re-released it. Which is just, it's so weird. And the same thing, it's not really happening with sample packs, but there are similar things like that with sample packs. Like, there's a couple of instances where I heard people get into copyright issues because they used a vocal from a sample pack, and by chance somebody else had already used that vocal and released that track, and claim and basically they now owned the copyright, but they don't own the copyright to the vocal, but the copyright owners don't know that, right? So, or the copyright companies, you know, and the things taking care of that don't know that. So then somebody else uses the same vocal sample, releases the track, and gets their track copyright claimed everywhere because they are like, "Hey, we know that vocal. You've used the vocal of this track," and he's like, "No, I've used the vocal from a sample pack." And I've actually heard multiple instances of stories like that, and it's so fucked up. There definitely we need there's definitely we need to figure something out, man, for the whole copyright thing because it's so broken and weird. It's so weird at the moment. It yeah, it's really hard. But the thing with the re-release music, that's actually so weird. I remember I did a tutorial a really long while ago. What was a tutorial about sampling and getting like your just sampling something, and then like I don't own a vinyl record player, of course, so I would just get like vinyl rips that I had on my hard drive, just taking a bit of a track and just getting it in the right tempo, and like it was a pretty basic tutorial about how to use Ableton, getting like the warping and all that kind of stuff, and how to get it in time and that kind of basic stuff. And I used some old royalty-free public domain music from like the 1920s or something, which was really old, and it should have been completely fine. And that video got absolutely bombarded with copyright claims. Like, I think all the samples that I used got copyright claimed. And when I looked into all of them, every single one, I just found out that they were all just like weird, small, unknown labels that have like only compilation releases, and all the compilation releases are like old country music, old bluegrass music, old jazz music, old classical music, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then when you look at the releases, they're all public domain music. So there's literally people making money off of the public domain music that should not have copyright. But because they then re-release it, the moment you use, let's say you think, hey, it's public domain, I'm gonna sample this. But because you think it's public domain, you can get away with using a longer piece. You can get away with not changing it too much. And you find something that has a cool vibe, so you use it. And then suddenly your track gets copyright claims on YouTube, and you're like, what the fuck? And there's technically nothing you can do, because that person that has remastered it can kind of do it. I mean, only if you can really prove that you did not use their version. But then still, it's a pain in the ass, right? So, and it should not have to be that way. Yeah, Cameron actually did a video on it. Yeah, I know, and it was a pretty good one. But yeah, it's the one reason why I don't like using sample pack vocals, and I would rather not unless I really change them. Like if the vocals are changed to the point where they don't sound anything like the original, like let's say you're gonna put them through a crazy processing chain with pitch shifters and I don't know, to make them sound really demonic or something, yeah, okay, maybe you can get away with it. Nobody's gonna hear that it's even that vocal sample, right? But if it's just like a clear vocal sample, I wouldn't probably do it. I would rather go on Fiverr or some other freelancer website and find some people there, maybe even the ones that are more expensive, and get them to sing some stuff, than use something from a sample pack. If it's original, then that's always going to be better. And most of the time I find like sample pack vocals aren't even good. Like there's maybe a few packs out there that are good, and then everybody use those packs. So there's like, that's the problem with it, right? Like the most of them are not good to begin with. They won't fit drum and bass at all. And they won't fit most energetic dance music genres. And then when they do, then either they're gonna have really cheesy vocals, like lyrics, or they're gonna be good, but then they're gonna be used to death. Like you're probably gonna find like 10 or 20 tracks on Spotify with the same vocal, which I can probably find a couple of vocal samples in my sample pack folders that I've heard at least a dozen times on Spotify in different tracks. That's a no-go for me too. Yeah, it's just you know, I would maybe even then at that point, I would rather try and sing something myself or rap something myself and then just completely mangle that up instead of using a sample pack thing. I really love the vocals ripped from old movies. Yeah, I do love too. I think we need to bring that back more. Um, I love that kind of thing, like the old stuff. I have a bunch of folders actually with old kind of vocals like that. I'm not sure where they are, but I have a bunch of them which have like a whole bunch of those old ass sounds. Um, Sampled one shots. Oh, like here, for instance, we have like
He must be freed so that he can do for us what he knows is best.
all those kind of vocals. That's yeah, it's nice. I got a lot of folders of samples, and there's a lot of those kind of vocals in there as well. Yeah, and I love that. That's great. I think we need to have more of that again because they're nice. Not sure if I have more here. Vocals. Oh, I also have a lot of these sampled. This is kind of cool. Like these are pretty funny. You're gonna get all kinds of weird.
But then everything of George's is in serviceable condition, from his car to his chainsaw and his protective clothing. He checks everything, right down to his chain oiling. It's just an attitude.
Old. I actually have. I can share you. I can share you a YouTube channel, and you're gonna fucking love me for this. Maybe you already know it, but I'm not too scared of sharing this YouTube channel on stream because they upload like I think they upload daily. It's absolutely crazy. I think it's this one. Yeah. I think this is it. Periscope film. Periscope film. This is absolutely amazing. Like, I'm not sure how many videos do they have. Can we see that? Can we see how many uploads they have here? We probably need to look at their... They removed that. You could see that back in the day, but... I'm not sure anymore. But, like, they have everything made. Like, all those old kind of stuff. That it's all, like, 1960s movies and shit. Like, look. 4 hours, 7 hours ago, 1 day ago, 1 day ago. So it's twice a day, basically. Savage Flame. Christian medical missionaries in Brazil, Peru, Bolivia, and Argentina. You get like all kinds of weird shit, and every day there's something different. Old NASA stuff. Tracks of the Iron Horse. There's a lot of those railroad documentary ones, and I found a whole bunch of them that are like safety videos, and those are hilarious. There's some really good vocals in those. The one that Noisia used, the "You're shaking hands with danger," whatever it was, that one is actually somewhere on here as well. It's quite probably far away. Maybe I have a playlist. Vocal sample goldmine could be in there. Could be in there. Oh, it's probably in here. It was one of these. Or maybe not. Old drug films, all those old drug scare movies, those are hilarious as well. Those are absolutely hilarious. What they made back then to scare people of drugs. There's literally some of these where I was watching them and I was like, dude, I think it was this one because I can see that I watched it the entire way through. I think I was watching it and I was like, dude, this almost makes me want to fucking do it more. It was so hilarious. But this is such a good channel, and like every day there's new ones uploaded, so I mean there's an endless amount of vocal samples. Like we can literally just click one. The Lost Tribe.
Of Central America to see a tribe of people still clinging to an age-old life, whose roots reach back across a dozen centuries.
See, it's like all those kind of old things, and it's so good. Drone weapon tests. Interstate TDR-1 torpedo drone, like it's whatever. I don't know what everything is that's on here, but there's so much. Yeah, this is an absolute goldmine for samples. If you love old samples like that, then this is a great place for you to be. It's literally there's like endless. It's just whatever. I just think I think I went through like a couple of these just on one day. I was just like, okay, I logged in. I was like, I found this. I was just like, oh. I was like, oh, this one is about war. This one is about World War II or something. I'm like, oh, there's probably some vocal samples in there, right? And just, you know, rip them with some kind of website. Like now I don't even have to anymore because I can just use that plugin that I have. But yeah, just take them in Ableton, and sometimes when I'm just, I need a vocal, let's see what's in here. And there's so many weird things. There's also ones that are probably not even where there's nothing interesting in there, but there's so many old things. And I'm not even sure what this is. Like, preserving history, one film at a time. I think you can buy these from them. I think like they are all preserved by them. have been preserving one film at a time and making them available to the public for free on YouTube for over a decade. They're stock footage resource and have licensed footage to broadcast clients the world over, including the BBC. So, like, if you're a broadcasting channel, for instance, then these will be available to you for licensing in, like, high definition. 2K, 4K, yeah, exactly. But, like, if you're looking for some samples, just, there you go, mate. And they even have playlists. So if you're looking for something in like a particular sort of like a genre or something, then just go through some of the playlists. There's some weird shit as well. But I found some really weird things on it as well. There's ones on it where you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? That one that I had earlier about Chainsaw Charlie. This one, if you wanna have some fun.
else. You'll also notice that his whole attitude.
This one is so much fun.
And now he's even cutting through the hinge. So it's no surprise that the tree goes the wrong way.
It's like what people did back in the day.
And although that cracked helmet isn't much use, a cracked skull from falling branches won't improve his performance.
Like, that's what I mean. There you go, vocal sample. That was literally a vocal sample right there. I just clicked a random part. So yeah, it's a really cool website. Yeah, I've actually watched a whole bunch of them, and there's so many cool ones. I watched one about, I think it was bulldozer safety or something, and I was just watching it because I found this one, and I was like, oh, that one is pretty cool, and I was like, what other ones are there? And I found one that was about bulldozer safety, and it's not in here, so I'm not sure. I don't think I saved it. I don't remember what it was called. Bulldozer safety video? Maybe? Caterpillar. Oh, here we go. Shake hands with danger. And do you suddenly think to yourself, hey, wait. Wasn't there a Nausea track where there's a vocal? You're shaking hands with danger. See if we can find it.
This is your focus. Involved here. Glenn doesn't want his friend to sneer at him for being overly
It's in here.
So,
it's the same voice. Do you hear it? It's the same voice.
Possible the stick shift to visit his fighting. While thinking about his son, football.
It's somewhere in here.
But they're big enough. Shake hands with danger.
Ah, there we go.
Thinking. You mean you'll work on engines and machinery and not think of your own personal safety? Here. Shake hands with danger.
Shake hands with danger.
There's
The guy who ought to know.
There's a part somewhere else in here where it actually says, oh wait, is it here somewhere? I think I remember seeing that part. It's somewhere in here.
What this man didn't know was that the operator had left the lift lever in the raised position, so the arms would rise automatically when the engine started. A qualified operator would have known better. The man shouldn't have tried to perform as an operator
Somewhere in here.
when he wasn't one.
Well, you were kidding when you said you didn't know how to run that thing.
But yeah, and I was watching it and I was like, yo, what? I was like, hey, I know that vocal. I can't find it right now, but maybe it's maybe somebody said it in the comments. It begins fall. No. But I was like, hey. So I knew right away. I know who's been watching weird videos, probably on a late night. I'm not entirely sure where it is, but it's such a weird video. Back in the day, they made weird videos, man, to promote worker safety.
He checks.
Imagine, like, I know actually that people have been in companies and have to watch these things.
All operated on this morning. 2 feet and 1 hand unencumbered. In fact, taking any shortcuts and you're inviting injury. In fact, taking shortcuts is often a quick weapon. Takes are sluggish. She invited. Upon.
I want to find it, but
No, he's really.
I can't find it. So sorry. Anyways, I'm gonna stop streaming. I'll see you again in the next one. We've been getting dragged out for quite a while now. A bird sampler for YouTube, that is a game changer. Well, that's the point. The bird sampler has a separate standalone version as well. If I go in here and type quick sampler, there we go. I just have to set it up with the audio input, and this runs standalone. So this can also just grab an input. So in my case, loopback. So if I now play YouTube, you would see this move, because it's actually doing that. So it also has a standalone version. Yeah, it's not just a VST plugin, it also has a standalone. So you can just have that running as well if you want. Yeah, it's really good. I'm really happy with it. It's even though it's still in beta, like I'm more than happy to share this one with you guys, so and give the guys some extra promotion, because it's just a really good plugin. And I guess app as well, because it's just a separate piece of software. But it's just so good. No, I don't have an affiliate link or anything. I just found it myself, and I saw the guy on Twitter, and I sent him some extra tips as well, because I was like, I'm using this thing, right? And I was like, it would be nice if it had like similar things that this one has. Like, for instance, how this one doesn't have a title bar and border, right? This is completely borderless, the Minimeters one. It has no borders, no title bar, nothing. If you want to drag it, you need to hold Alt and then click and drag. Then you can drag it around. If he would implement that here, in this one, that would be so much better, because then you can integrate it much easier into something like this, like what I'm doing, right? And then the custom like themes as well, like custom theming. He was like, yeah, that's definitely something I want to add in the future. So, you know, stuff like that. And I sent him stuff like that too on Twitter, and he was like, yeah, that's definitely stuff that I would like to add. Or at least try to. But it's still just in the early process at this moment, I think, so. But it works. It works good. You know, I think if I just go to... I'm not sure if it already works, but if I just do this...
Releasing a force that might be as high as 17.
No, it doesn't work yet.
Pounds.
I have to... It's muted, audio input, because I don't want to get that. If I do none... then we should not get a feedback loop. Put your volume down a bit, if just in case.
Whether you're working on anything from nitrogen accumulators to inflated tires, it pays to know the kind of power you're dealing with beforehand.
Don't think it works yet. Oh, then it's muted.
Gasoline are as old as use of the fuel. Yet somewhere,
no, it's not muted.
Somebody is always deciding.
Yeah, I would have to look into how to set this up, right? Because I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, he'll empty the pan very carefully.
For some reason, it's not doing anything right now.
Rag to wipe off the carburetor.
But I haven't really used this one, to be honest. I would have to look into how to set it up yet. I haven't really checked yet. Yeah, you joined their Discord. Seems like they're doing good work and it's a fair price. Yeah, like I saw that they have a Discord as well, and that's the same thing with Minimeters as well. They also have their own Discord, so it's like, you know, they're open to like talking to their users and like stuff. And I love companies like that, you know, or just people, developers like that. Like even if it's like, you know, companies that have grown quite large at this point, like even though the team is still quite small, they're like Kilohertz, for instance, a lot of people use their stuff. But they're still quite a small company. It's not a big company at all. So, but they are the same. You know, if you have a problem, go to their Discord and you'll have an answer within no time. And they're really responsive. They're really, you know, they listen to their users and what their users want. So yeah, I like developers like that a lot. It's much better than the big ass companies like Native Instruments and all those ones where, you know, when you have an issue, you have to go to a forum and you cannot get an answer from, you know, an employee, but only from other users, and it's like, whatever. And it's annoying, you know, if you can't get a hold of somebody. If I have a problem with like one of my kilohertz things, I can literally just go to the guy and just send him a private message on Discord. I can just say like, yo, I have an issue with my update. It doesn't update. Or, I don't know, my license for the new snap-in is not included. What's wrong? And he will be like, oh, let me check. So, you know, that's great. Yeah, Steve, same thing, yeah. Steve Duda, same thing from Extra Records. Same thing with that, indeed. Anyways, thanks. I'm gonna be back in the next one. I'll see you guys next Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. Thanks for watching. Peace.